Lens is clean. And I'll make some of it. I expect a lot of people on here tonight, but at least have something up for you guys. On duty. I've got about right around almost 16 hours duty time. Not bad. Not empowered. Let's see if it ever finished. Nope. Good. And then I'm so limited on space sometimes, I'm not able to get certain bits of data that I want to get more video, recorded video put together. So there's some stuff I've had to actually delete, not be able to post at all. Look, we're up to 1,385 subscribers. Blindside back in video of mine is up to 3,100 views in the last 48 hours. That's about 3 times what I normally get. Not too shabby. It spikes. It goes up and down really, but on typically I might see between 600 and 1,200 on Victorville, California to Richmond. Really, I won't make it to Richmond more than likely without needing a 30-minute break or a nap or something along the way, but at least gives you guys an idea which direction I'm heading. I'll probably stop at the Pilot truck stop in Boron, where I get a drink. I don't know about reefer fuel. I might get reefer fuel up in Patterson at the Flying J up there, before I get into Tracy. Might plan on stopping there for reefer fuel, so I can have as full a tank as I can. Well, then again, I guess it won't matter because I'm going to be coming back down. Yeah, I got to come back down toward San Bernardino after I'm done delivering anyway, so yeah, I guess it won't matter. Yeah, I might just go ahead and get reefer fuel and on Boron. See, take a quick little look at the truck and get rolling here in a bit. yeah, it's good. I mean, being as dark as it is, I'm not really expecting much viewership. Just, I might be getting some people might interact for a little bit or whatever. I'm gonna run as far as I can. Basically, until I get tired or something. I don't need. No, I don't want coaching on. I accidentally went to the wrong screen here. Trying to set up my gauges where I want them. I got about a 420 mile trip from here to Richmond. Figure if I even do at least half, maybe a little bit more or something like that before I stop and take a nap or something. Yeah, it's good. And I'll be leaving early enough where I'll have plenty of time to stop, take a nap. I can do the 2-8 or 3-7 split even, and maybe take like a 2-3 hour nap. If I can get all the way up to Oakland, that's what I plan to do. Maybe stop there over by where some of our customers in Oakland are at, and then, if all goes well, stop the stream there and take a nap there, and then it's a shorter distance from there to the customer. I want to try to be past the I-580 crap before all the commute traffic starts coming through there in the morning. So I really want to shoot for getting into the Oakland area before that happens. If I get up there and they're off of Marina Drive or something, they're in the middle of the night, camp out there for a few hours, and then get up around 8-ish. I don't know, 8:30, whatever. What's up, Mish? Yeah, I can run from there up to the customer. It shouldn't even be a half an hour drive from there, from Oakland to Richmond. Even with some possible traffic delays there, I don't think it's going to take half an hour. So, my appointment's at 9:30 in the morning. I think it was. Double check it. Pretty sure it's 9:30. Oh, 9 o'clock. Okay, yeah. So I'll plan on leaving. If all goes well, get to Oakland sometime early in the morning, 4 or 5 in the morning, whatever. I don't know. And then take a few hour nap there. Assuming I find the place to park. I shouldn't have too much trouble finding a place there, right there along Marina Drive or something. Take a few hour nap and then run it from there to the receiver. Receiver is Richmond Wholesale Meat Company. It's on Regatta Road in Richmond. Notice it's in between exits 10 Alpha and 10 Bravo there on the I-580. So 7-3 splits and full. Yeah, and, they're gonna really come in handy for me at times, especially when I drive at night and the way my sleep patterns are. I don't sleep 8 hours. I mean, like today, I slept in like small little blocks at the house. Like, I don't even think an hour at a time, but it was fine. And I somehow drove from Williams, Arizona to here without stopping at all anywhere last night into this morning. But 4 and 6 on the road. Yeah. Now, I'm especially going to like that 3-7 thing, I think, because there are times where, a 2 hour nap doesn't feel like it's enough, and I'd like to take longer, but I can't because my 14 would run down before. Whereas now, I can use that little checkbox, will pair SB, and then it stops my 14. Yeah, of course, Mish knows this, but anybody else watching, it's one of the nice new features with the new HOS rigs. We get rolling here. Plan to stop in Boron for probably reefer fuel and definitely a drink at the very least, if not also reefer fuel. Definitely do reefer fuel, and then I have more than half tank of fuel on my tractor, so there's a chance I'll want to stop shithole gas station over by Button Willow on I-5. Get some more fuel there, just to make sure I have at least have enough to get up there and come back. Alright, a couple of ways I can go here. Don't much feel like dealing with the traffic lights here in the Squally, so I'm going to take Hesperia Road all the way down. These guys are in a straight ahead lane, so yeah, they're in a straight through lane, so I should be able to go. Got 2 left turn lanes there, and I know they're not in either one of them, so. Got 420-mile trip total, so expect it'll take about 8.5 hours. It'll probably get me up there around 6 in the morning. It's almost 21:30 now, so add 8.5, that's 3000 minus 24 at 6 a.m. Take 395 through Victorville and Atlanta, so I try to be on I-395 in that area as little as possible. I mean, I don't care if you like it or not. We're in a 35 zone, so fuck you if you don't like it. Four-wheelers all drive like idiots here, and we always have fatal accidents right here on the road. Just had one here a couple days ago. And people probably always wanted to blame distracted driving or whatever else, but that's not the only reason why. Some of them I know have been speed related. That's all good, Mish. I was actually not expecting you to be online right now. I know it's like 11:30 there, and you tend to be online more in the morning time than at night. Yeah, I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? Or I'll get Cody to text you in. Picture I just saw of a KLM hitting a low bridge. I guess it just happened. Where was that at? Do you know? I'm sure you might have gotten some chatter from your fellow KLM drivers about that one. And I saw that a refrigerated box van hit that 11'8" bridge. I think, what's that? The one over there in Enid, Oklahoma, or wherever it was. What are you doing, dude? It's a 50 zone. Why are you doing 40? Oh, I'm gonna get in your way, dude, just because you're an idiot. made this lane anyway because that lane over there turns into a right turn only lane over here by Center Street Park. Goes up to the hospital. I got some cottonmouth going on. Definitely need a drink. Need some ice for that water. You are an idiot. That's an obscure reference, and see if anybody gets that one. I doubt it, but it's a movie obscure reference. See if anybody gets where that line came from. Turn this street over here that I'm passing by right now into part of the truck route. I hate this turn here on Hesperia and D. Making a left turn like I'm going to be doing is not so bad, but coming the opposite direction I hate trying to do unless it's at an off-peak time. Because you need the entire length, the entire width of this road to make that turn without getting your tandems on the curb. I guess that car's not a good proxy for that because cars are only about 6 feet wide while trucks are about 8.5 feet wide width. Either on the street you're coming from or the street you're going to make the turn. And the fact there's no shoulder to work with on the other on the Hesperia Road side of that turn means you need even more space than the second lane. Taken will be 395 up to 58, 58 west over to Bakersfield, and 99 north. I haven't decided yet if I'll take Stockdale Highway across or if I'll take Highway 46 across over to Lost Hills and then get on I-5 over there. Actually, you know what? I'll probably take Stockdale Highway because no, you know what? I can always get fuel at that Arco station there in Lost Hills also. Yeah, why don't I do that? I take 46 or Stockdale, whichever, over to Lost Hills and get fuel there and then run as far as I can before I get tired, and if at all possible, I want to get past that whole I-580 section there between Tracy and the San Jose area. Try to get through at least that area before the commute traffic comes in the morning. Alright, this is old Route 66 here. Just taking it down here to the next slide up. Basically go right by what used to be George Air Force Base, and in the east you might be familiar with this area. That DHL supply chain that you guys, I think you said you guys send some of your containers to. I'm going to be passing literally right next to that warehouse on the way over to 395. It's like going this way because there are fewer traffic lights and shit to deal with, and the lights that I will have to deal with here on Air Expressway, not the street I'm on, but the one I'm going to turn on to it in less than a mile. They have traffic lights there, but very little traffic, and not too likely for very many of the, or for what lights that are there to change, or to turn red on me. How's it going, Charles? Alright, so that top trailer you're talking about in Chicago, you're saying is still at your terminal? It doesn't surprise me because I've seen some of our damaged equipment sit around at our either drop yards or terminals for a long time before they finally get taken care of. Now, my ETA to Richmond is about 6 a.m. raw, so it gives me time to do about a couple-hour nap without any problem. As planned, I would like to get all the way up to Oakland and get past that traffic before it happens. Not a bad looking facility from what I saw on the satellite view. Likely ones to turn red if at all. We've got Phantom East coming up. And after that, so actually I think this is the one, or no, is this one or the next one that goes to the federal prison? Isn't it one of these prisons, this prison right here where Lori Laughlin is locked up? Or that she's getting locked up in, or something like that? I thought I heard she was gonna do her time in Victorville. Would that be the case? I don't know if this is a women's, they have women's facility here also, or if this, this complex here over on the left side is all men. Victorville, I think that's DHL supply chain. You're talking about the M&M, or what they call, we call DHL supply chain. It's right up ahead, about a mile or two up this road here on the right. Yeah, M&M, DHL, yeah, because we do pickups from there as well, and yeah, it's not this warehouse right here to my right, but it's the next light down The one that's green right up ahead, you turn right there. And then the first street you turn left onto, and then go to the opposite end of the building that's there on the left side. That's where your containers are going or at. Yeah, this big warehouse right here on the right. That would be DHL supply chain right there. And I got this car. I got here first. It's turning right anyway. Yeah, this is it right here. See some A trucking, a number of Alliance trailers. See your England. It'd be great if we do more pickups there. Yeah, Innovation Way, that's the street that's directly north of me, parallel to the one I'm on right now. It's right on the other side of that warehouse I just passed. And the warehouse I just passed is the one that your containers are going to. Alright, Gateway. Saw someone, a Walmart truck, or somebody pulling a Walmart trailer. Gate. And it was in the right here, this light. Be turning right, heading north, and take it up to Highway 58. Here on 395 to still deal with. These are highly prone to turning red, see what I mean? Car right there triggered it. It's Bartlett Avenue. I do less than the speed limit. Even this way, even doing less than the speed limit, I was still hitting the brakes a little harder than I wanted to. Wasn't hard, but harder than I would like to do. Oh, this is one of these bullshit lights. Turns green for the other side when there's nobody even coming. For the duration of the trip. Even if I do decide to take Stockdale Highway across from Bakersfield over to Button Willow. Only a few lights I'd have to deal with there in the Bakersfield area if I do that route. Otherwise, I can take 99 up to 46. Take 46 across. Really not much anything there except for maybe a few lights over in Wasco. And then get to Lost Hills. My tractor fuel there, and then work my way up I-5 from there. So Charles, you on your 34 yet, or are you still on your way to Shelbyville? I can't remember when exactly you deliver that load. Coming up this way, when I was in the Walmart fleet, it was actually right after I picked Cody up to train him, and we were on our way up to Reno to drop my previous trainee off, because my previous trainee was from there. Actually, Jerry, who's once in a while on here. What is this? drives in the same fleet as the guy I trained. Yeah, he actually knows the guy I trained. Well, we were coming up this way, and when we got into the Kramer Hills area, not too far south of 58, we got stopped for about an hour and a half because of a fatal accident that happened. Well, it had happened a few minutes before we got to it because other truckers going the other way were telling us about it. But, you know, none of the cops or anybody was there yet by the time we got to it. And the roadway was blocked. Had 3 vehicles involved. Because of some dipshit decided to try to pass somebody illegally going over a blind hill. There are people around here who are that dumb. Website, we can probably find out where it is. I also have an app that I use, but it's probably not the greatest place to be checking it out for me. If you're on a computer, CAD.chp.ca.gov. That's CHP's basically to Oakland. Is that from Victorville or? Trying to pass somebody in dense fog. That was a dumb idea by him. Right now, the nearest north. Got 2 cars following behind me. Alright, coming up on Shadow Mountain. Ellendale's about halfway between Victorville and Barstow along Route 66. Della, how you doing? Looks like I'm buffering again. Last time I saw you on here, Della, I was having buffering problems again too, or I was on the other phone or something. I don't remember. ballpark of about 40 or so miles from my place to Kramer Junction. In the hospital because of that crash? That's not good. How fast were you going when that happened? Like 30, 40, 45, something like that? That's a bummer. Should be a passing zone coming up pretty soon here, so these two cars behind me can get by. Yeah, that's what this white sign here is, I'm pretty sure. I know there's a passing zone right up here. Yep, passing lane ahead. I'm kind of starting to get toward the Kramer Hills area already. Truck going the other way, right there. It's all cars. You were pulling a Walmart trailer at 35 miles an hour and the other guy was doing 60. So how bad was the other driver hurt? Imagine pretty bad. You spent in the hospital. He died. Wow. You know, it's sad. I'm not surprised based on the details you gave there. I thought it would, because if you were that badly hurt at 35 miles an hour yourself, and the other driver was doing 60, and I've seen what happens when trucks run into other trucks, especially at that kind of 60 plus miles an hour, and the results are never pretty. A lot of drivers think that they're invincible in these trucks, and no. Not going to go well for you. Now, I'm going to have to knock on wood. I've never been in an accident before, not in a car or in a truck, and I really hope I can keep it that way. I've had plenty of times where I should have an accident. Prevent stuff from happening. Well, they had to extricate you now. That's not good. So what kind of injuries did you end up with from that? If you don't mind me asking. Do I do I recall you talking about that before? I think you was you or somebody else was talking about breaking about it. I think like every rib in your body and then puncturing a lung or then some other stuff. Was that the same accident or was that a different or somebody else talking? You were lucky to survive that now. If it was on the phone or, well, not on the phone, but I thought maybe you had mentioned it here on the chat before. But somebody I was talking to, maybe here on chat or whatever, said that they had a bad accident and they broke every rib in their body, and I think their left lung got punctured as well or something like that. I don't remember if that was you or somebody else. Okay, not you. That was somebody else, and I'm trying to recall who that was I was talking to who had that happen. Get up to about 65 going through here when I have traffic near me, so I don't get them too pissed off. But it's only 2 cars at the moment, and I know there's another passing zone coming up here when I get by the top of the hill. Same area where that fatal accident was at that I got stuck behind that one time. Hey, how's it going, John? Northbound US 395 between Victorville, Atlanta area, and Boron. You get on Highway 58 westbound when you get up there. Miles to the passing lane. You were on the Walmart account in Reno when that happened. Okay. I bet you got a lot of practice chaining up in that fleet. Because my friend Paul, the one I trained, and the one who Jerry, he goes by, they both drive in the JB Hunt fleet in that Tesla account that goes from the Gigafactory there in Sparks over to like Livingston or wherever they go. I know he has to change a lot going up that way. I recall here in the Walmart dedicated, like when I was in the Walmart fleet in Colton, they basically told us if they're chained up conditions, they want you to chain up. They don't want you to sit and wait. So I know on the OTR side, they would tell you you only chain up to get yourself out of trouble. Don't chain up to get yourself into it. In other words, if you know that you're going to be going into a chain up area, then shut down at a safe haven before you get to it and wait it out. This hill right here, we're in encountered that fatal accident. That was before they widened the lane here. It was one lane in each direction, and freaking idiot decided to pass somebody over the top of the hill. imagine you probably had some head trauma with that. Anytime I can either a natural coma or a traumatic coma or a medically induced coma. I think is what it was. lights off, dipshit. They have the Tehachapi skill. Although I suspect they'll be closed by the time when I go through there. Tehachapi westbound is open a lot, but at night it's usually closed from what I've seen. And I think the next one up would be the Santanella scale. Up just a little bit north of where I-5 and Highway 152 meet up. And of course we get the ones going more toward the Bay Area, between Tracy and Oakland. They've got a couple of them over there if I remember right. Got a picture of your truck and even you can't believe you survived. Wow. I was surprised that trucker survived. That was a McLean trucker. McLean driver, I think from the same distribution center that the second half of this load I'm under right now will be going to. He was on his way down from there toward Lucerne Valley when it happened, and ended up going off the road. His tractor was in bad shape. I don't know how and he spent over a good, let's see, I think he was stuck in that wreckage for a good couple hours before they got him out. I was shocked when he was actually able to call his family while he was still stuck in the wreckage. I think using the medic's phone, the firefighter's phone or whatever, let them know that he had been in a bad accident. By the time they got him out of the truck, his family members were already there from, I think they said the Palm Springs area. Alright, Kramer Junction here. I would normally go straight ahead to get onto 58. I'm going to stop here though, like I said, for reefer fuel. Yep, I am a dog killer, don't you forget it. What are you doing up so late, Andy? Used to you drink. Legs are jammed in dash. I would imagine the head trauma was probably a pretty good contributor to why you were in the hospital for so long. Thinking maybe you had like swelling in the brain, and they had to cut your scalp open and put you in a medically induced coma over that. I have a friend who in the Air Force who had that happen. He was on his way to the base for work one night, one morning, and he was going through the mountains, rice rocketing through there, and had a pretty bad accident. They had to cut his scalp open. Alright, I'm gonna get this reefer fuel set up. guy parks like shit. Reefer only. I'm definitely not gonna. I don't want to be paying $3.15 a gallon for fuel. Not when I can get it for like $2.70 or something or whatever it is. Yeah, that should be my trip number. Oh, come on, this stupid thing. All right. At least I got my code. ahead and get me a drink. That's bullshit. Their drink service is, area is closed down. And it's full service, and then it's closed from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. So I can't even get ice. Like if I just want to get ice for my cup, not too bad. Make sure I don't stop these bullshit anymore. Alright, then I saw root beer sitting in here at least. Something I can get by with for now. Just have this for now until I get to a little further down the road. 4 broken ribs, a busted lung, piece of glass stuck in your heart. Damn. Piece of glass stuck in parts of your face. Lost your beauty. Battle scars. Chicks dig scars. Can't say I got any scars like that, but I got surgical scars on my neck from my thyroid getting removed, and then had a lymph node removed as well, among other places. All right. Alright, so Big Bad John wanted to know about my, right down there behind me I have a refrigerator. It's, all of our trucks actually come with them. Hatch feed, to get more to drink. This little small bottle of root beer is not going to do it much. Ever have ice water or soda, just something. God. I still have a bottle of water, I mean, a jug right here of water next to me, but it's warm, and I like to drink cold water. Left here, probably deal with that other light over there before I can get on the freeway, or westbound side. Probably could even stop at the 76 station right here. I don't know if they're open or not. I see some cars. I think I see cars over there. I just want to roll. I don't want to have keep making little piss-at stops here and there for one reason or another necessarily. I don't know, if I get tired, it's not a bad thing though if I make occasional stops. They life flighted you and you woke up a week later. Good to hear you survived it. Now you didn't, that you're still still have your trucking job. Big Man John, no, Cody does not work for us anymore. He quit and went over to Super T Transport. So he could be home more frequently for his, because they had a child custody issue, and then a situation where, and I think that was part of it, and I think also he stressed himself out too much himself, more than he needed to. He's young, and really, police operating is not for everybody. I think it might have been a little bit much stress for him. Yeah, he was starting to do okay, but I think it was maybe a little more stress than he wanted to deal with. And now he's a company driver. And they were just talking, I guess they were asking him if he wanted to be a trainer, because I guess they're really liking what they're seeing out of him so far. Hey, Linda. On Highway 58 now from Kramer Junction. Actually, I might go ahead and stop at this brand new Love's right over here. This Love's just opened up like last week or so. A week or two ago, whatever it was. I think it was last week. here at JCT, I think we had maybe a little bit of a personality clash with. And I try to tell him he's going to have those problems with people no matter where he goes. Especially when you're always trying to be funny like him. Sometimes you're going to find that people will take well to it, and then some people are not going to like it. It's just that's the price you pay for never, basically always being a jokester. Some people like to be serious at times, and I can pinpoint at least 2 specific names here who I think were contributors to his stress. One was a planner and one was a DM. And I think that could have been worked with, but he still had that child custody concern because of his baby mom. So and like I said, he knows what's best. He knows best what his needs actually are. So maybe the lease opting was just in itself a little bit too much stress for him to handle. Linda, you're still at home in Gasket, right? And Charles, they put cement barriers in between lanes on Highway 37. Layout to the 4-way. Highway 37. I'm trying to remember which one that is. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and make a quick stop at this Love's here. Since the pilot so rudely doesn't want to let me have even ice or whatever, they have it closed off, and even it says due to COVID-19 you had to ask them for help, and it's closed from 8 to 3. You gotta be shitting me. You got like 4 people hanging out back there behind the counter. Not them one of you can come out and hook me up with a drink. Several spots open here for parking. It's actually a good sized looking lot from what I can tell. I thought I read it, this place has like 70, between 70 and 80 parking spots for trucks, something like that. 78, 72, I can't remember. No trucks. Okay, so yeah, the on-ramp is right here next to me. over here on the highway, it looks like it's a pretty decent sized lot here. This is a roomy fuel island area. Okay, so yeah, all the parking spots are over here to my right, so yeah, it doesn't seem like the parking area is as huge as you would think, but they're at least not too there's some decent number of spots there, plus you got the tire shop. Let's try this again. get some progress. Parking for 85. Alright, John, be back on when you're done with your floor prep. Alright, night, Linda. As I see a Heath truck pulling a SOAR trailer right now. And then just the other day I saw a SOAR tractor pulling a Heath trailer. Did one of them buy the other one out? Did they merge or something? Getting a strong impression that's what happened. There's a JCT right there in front of me on the left side. What do we got here? It's a silver Freightliner. I can't read the truck number. 3510 or something like that. I don't know if that's the right truck number I read, but there's a whole bunch of parking spots open here. So how about them Eagles? Actually managed to beat the 49ers today. I wasn't expecting that to happen, but I'm happy. 49ers, they're a tough team to beat. Ended up winning with a third string quarterback taking over. Don't think I was much of a fan of some of the defensive play calling that the Eagles were doing. I think they were playing overly conservative against the deep pass. Play that way, it makes me think they don't trust their secondary very well. Alright, get back on westbound 58 here. What's up, Cody? Cody? You on your 10? You rolling somewhere or what? The Steelers aren't even in the same conference, let alone the same division, so not even a comparison there. Not even the least bit of a rivalry, if you ask me. Now, if you're Giants, Redskins, or Cowboys fan, then of course, yeah, you got a more legit reason to say fuck the Eagles and me vice versa. You're still at home, okay. Yeah, I remember you were home yesterday. Closer to 4:30 by the time I actually get there. On the miles. Just put me about 380 out from here. 370, 380. why you tried to pass that truck on the right when pretty obvious he's passing me, you dumb fuck. Some people are so stupid. No, maybe not. I guess he's not trying to go around me yet, so maybe he's trying to get off the freeway here. More axe road. I guess that would also explain why he moved over to the right, but compared to the space. Boron, right real close to Edwards Air Force Base. On my way to Richmond, California, it's just a little bit north of Oakland. Road coming up next. Yeah, I think the one after that one is the Edwards Air Force Base exit. At least a mostly healthy team again. They can't go one single week without having some very important players on the injured list. Take Stockdale Highway across, get over to I-5, so I can I can get fuel at that little shithole place over there in Buttonwillow. Willow Springs. Mule Team Road. Are you gonna pass me or not, truck? You're a little box fan. Movie fan, whatever you are. About your accident still, I believe. I couldn't see past your hood because of the fog. You were awake before the crash and woke up in the hospital. saw the other trucker. Oh, wow. I've heard a lot of people say that where they have those bad accidents. They remember being awake before the accident, but then not remembering the accident itself, and only waking up in the hospital. Heard that quite a bit. Air Force Base exit coming up. Tuesday for the Dodger game, or the game one of the National League Division Championship. Whatever to start. Hear from EMS personnel that the ones where, you know, like accidents were, well, I wouldn't already call it an accident. That was stupidity causing that one. But yeah, trying to clear where young kids hard to deal with. do you know the other England driver, or I mean, was he in the same? Was he also in the Walmart fleet, or was he in a different one, or?
Sports 9 hours ago. Dak Prescott is putting up record numbers in the NFL despite his Dallas Cowboys team continuing to fall. After putting up a career-high 472 yards last week in a loss against the Seattle Seahawks, Prescott set a new career high on Sunday against the Cleveland Browns. Prescott went 41 for 58 for 502 yards, 4 touchdowns and 1 interception. It was the second 500-yard game in the Cowboys' history, joining Tony Romo's 506 against the Denver Broncos in 2013, and it's the 24th such game in NFL history. Along with that, Prescott is now the first player in the history of the NFL to put together 3 consecutive 450-yard performances, and he's on pace to have the most yards in a season in NFL history. He also topped 17,000 career yards in the game. The numbers through 4 games have been staggering for the former Mississippi State star. Prescott is 137 for 201, 68% for 1,690 yards, 9 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. He surpassed Kurt Warner for the most passing yards through the first 4 games in NFL history on Sunday as the Cowboys fell behind by 21 points to the Cleveland Browns, and a late comeback dropped them to 1-3 on the year as the Cowboys' defense has surrendered 37 points per game on average. It helps Prescott that he has the targets at receiver. Amari Cooper hauled in 12 passes in the game for 134 yards and a touchdown. Rookie CeeDee Lamb finished with a career day with 5 catches, 79 yards and his first 2 touchdowns. Ezekiel Elliott caught 8 passes out of the backfield for 71 yards, and Dalton Schultz had 4 catches for 72 yards. The The work from Prescott this season certainly helps his case for a long-term deal with the Cowboys, something that has been the topic of all topics in Dallas for the last year. The Cowboys failed to sign Prescott to a long-term deal during the offseason as the quarterback was reportedly asking for $35 million annually for $110 million guaranteed, and the contract also was slated to pay him $50 million in a signing bonus. Instead of signing a new deal, Prescott is under a franchise tag this season and making $31.4 million. Both sides have expressed interest in Prescott being the long-term guy in Dallas, but the contract negotiations will have to continue to make that happen. "I'm very optimistic," Prescott said earlier this month about his contract. "That's business, and there's all kind of avenues in business of why it might not get worked out. I'm very confident that I'll be a Cowboy, and as I've said before, I plan to be a Cowboy for the rest of my career. So there's no worries when it goes into that. There's no thoughts that I allow to distract me. This is the place to be. As I talk about the team and how exciting this offense can be with the new coaching staff, how great this defense is going to be, and this team, in general. This is the place to be, and I'm excited to be a Cowboy more importantly." Prescott is 41-27 since becoming the starter for the Cowboys during his rookie season. He's moving his way up the charts as one of the most prolific quarterbacks in the franchise's history, but fans and critics mention his lack of production in the playoffs as a negative in his career to this point. The numbers have been there for the former Bulldog, however. He now has 17,467 yards, 106 touchdowns and 39 interceptions in his career, with 257 rushes and 1,307 yards and 24 touchdowns.
Well, if he's putting up numbers like that, why are the Cowboys losing it? Do they have shitty defense, or turning the ball over too much, or what? I do like driving at night. Less traffic out here to deal with. Better chance of way stations being closed, even though I always run it legal or as legal as I can. Yeah, it's always nice having less traffic out here to deal with, and then, you know, when I'm ready to shut down and park, usually have an easier time finding parking than when it happens at night. Like when I started driving last night, it's tough for everybody, but you should do well with like 2 or 3 hour naps and then get down the road some more and then nap some more later. And, you know, and then even sleep during the day, you know, at least for some time during the day. So I got more tolerance knowledge of it than I think a lot of people are. How about yourself? How do you like driving at night also? Between midnight and 3? What's up with that? Does that have something to do with your... It's not something to do with your medical situation, I imagine. England in general thing either, because their only rule when I was there with them was that trainees should not drive between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. and that was it. Trainers would have to do the driving during those hours. Mojave, California now. Around midnight you get tired. Oh yeah, so just a circadian rhythm thing that you're talking about. Yeah, like for me, usually, normally somewhere in the 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. period is where I'm especially prone to getting sleepy when I drive at night. Sometimes I get sleepy earlier than that. And then around 2 or so in the afternoon, I also tend to get fatigued. Just over 75 miles into this trip now out of 420. Ideally, I want to do at least half the miles, if not more, before I stop and take an expected nap. After 3 a.m. you can drive till midnight without any problem. Yeah, it's interesting how our bodies work that way. Everybody has their own, we all have, tend to have certain times that we want to sleep, but some people are more naturally able to handle certain hours and not so much others.
Washington state officials are tracking down a nest of Asian giant hornets, CNN. CNN, agriculture officials in Washington state are working to track down and destroy a nest of Asian giant hornets, more menacingly known as murder hornets, after several were found recently near the U.S. border with Canada. There have been 6 credible sightings of the large invasive hornets in the last week near Blaine, Washington, said Sven Spicager, an entomologist with the Washington State Department of Agriculture, WSDA. We believe, of course, we're dealing with a nest and we will be watching that particular area pretty close, Spicager told reporters on Friday. We do hope to have this nest located within a couple of weeks, at the latest, and be talking to you about how we successfully eradicated a nest in the coming weeks. An entomologist was able to net a live hornet on Wednesday, which was the first live capture of an Asian giant hornet in the United States, WSDA spokeswoman Carla South told CNN. Scientists attempted to attach a tiny tracking device to the hornet in hopes that it would lead them back to its nest, Spicager said. Read more. Unfortunately, the glue didn't dry fast enough, and the tracker slid off and got glue on the hornet's wings, making it unable to fly. He said they had practiced new methods of attaching the tags, so they'll be ready when they catch more live hornets. We have peppered the area with 30 live traps, Spicager said. We're probably going to snag one if not more of them, and we'll be able to give this another try. They've also put out beehives in the area as bait and are testing a new hive exclusion device that allow the bees to leave freely but traps the larger hornets. Asian giant hornets are the world's largest species of hornet and can grow up to 2 inches long, according to the WSDA. They don't typically attack humans or pets, but they will if threatened. Their stingers are longer than the honeybee and their venom is more. Just a few insects can attack a hive in just a few hours. They enter what's known as its slaughter phase, where they decapitate and kill all the bees in a hive and take it over. Spicager said the Asian giant hornets are a threat to bees, as well as native wasps and yellow jackets, which are important pollinators. One homeowner was able to get a photo of a hornet attacking a paper wasp nest in the eaves of his roof. 15 of the hornets have been found in Washington since they were first discovered in the state in 2019. Officials are urging anyone who sees an Asian giant hornet to resist the urge to kill it. Instead, they'd like people to let them know when they saw it and what direction it was flying to help them narrow down the location of the nest. There's a couple of extremely wooded areas surrounding this neighborhood and it may be a very daunting task to find the exact location, Spicager said. Article 205 of 211. A karate master evaluates The Karate Kid and Cobra Kai. Now that it's on Netflix, Cobra Kai is reaching its biggest audience ever. Not only is the ham-handed 1980s-style melodrama pulling in fans of the classic Karate Kid films, it's also attracting countless newcomers to the franchise. And while I'm sure most people are pleased with the flips, kicks and chops in the show's elaborate fight sequences, I can't help but wonder what real karate guys are thinking. Like, is everyone just waving their arms around on screen and we just don't know any better, or are the actors really doing karate? To find out, I got a genuine karate master to weigh in on the matter. Sensei James Giuliano was a 2014 champion in the Italian and U.S. Karate Open and is the author of Passion for Karate, Step-by-Step Guide to Starting Your Karate Dojo. He's the founder of the to all his other karate-related accomplishments, he's examined all the biggest fight scenes in Cobra Kai and the Karate Kid films to offer an expert analysis on the matter. The Karate Kid, 1984. For the 1984 original, Sensei James says that the his Sensei James first grew up watching The Karate Kid and Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee. That's what made me love karate. For me, karate isn't just about technique, the majority of it isn't about the punch or the block, it's about the lessons that you learn and the person that you become. And, as corny as it sounds, Mr. Miyagi teaches all those things. When I watch students, they find it hard to learn a technique. Instead, you try to make them not think about the technique and just learn the movements. Later on you tell them, this is what you've been working on. Or, wax on, wax off, although it's a movie, wax on, wax off does exist, though it's not called wax on, wax off. Now, there are so many different karate styles and masters, so you'll get 1,000 different opinions across the world on things, but in my style of karate, there's something called kakeduke, where, if a punch comes in, then you block with one hand and grab with the other. So, technically, yeah, wax on, wax off, is karate. Daniel versus Johnny. Sensei James, when first look at all the Karate Kid films, the stuff in the training is quite good, but when you look at the fighting elements, I know that it's a movie, so they need to create something fun, not necessarily realistic. A lot of karate people would look at that and say, that's shit, but the reason why they're not using karate people in the movie is because they can't act. But anyway, when it comes to the fights, you can see the limitations. The first thing I notice is that Daniel's stance seems like some kind of strange dancing on the spot. He's in a very awkward position, and when you do karate, the whole idea is to be balanced and to be able to move around, so the way he's standing and moving is quite incorrect. Some of the kicks are good, but I just can't handle Daniel's stance, it really upsets me. Johnny's karate is a little bit better. He's actually doing some real karate moves, whereas Daniel is just awkward. The crane kick. Sensei James, the crane kick is 100% Hollywood. It's definitely not a real thing. Also, if you think about it, his leg is sore, so he's going to kick with the other leg, but he's going to land on his bad leg anyway. That's not possible. Even though it's not real, I think it's great because that kick made so many kids love karate. It's been 30-something years since this movie came out, and I talk to my kids at the school and they know what the crane kick is. They know the one thing that wasn't karate in the Karate Kid. The Karate Kid Part 2, 1986. In the first sequel to The Karate Kid, Mr. Miyagi and Daniel travel to Okinawa to visit Miyagi's dying father, but once there, they run into some trouble thanks to an old feud between Miyagi and a man named Sato. Eventually, a new rivalry grows between Daniel and Sato's nephew, Chosen, which leads to a final fight to the death. As for what Sensei James has to say on the matter, while the movie is still more Hollywood than it is true karate, he says there are some improvements on the first. Breathing techniques. Sensei James, the thing where Mr. Miyagi tells him to breathe in, breath out and then do the technique, I do that with my kids. Breathing techniques are so important in karate because so many things are going on in your head, especially during a performance, so if you focus on the breathing and on the air coming in and going out, you cannot think at the same time. It clears your mind, and Mr. Miyagi does a great job teaching it here. The stream. Mr. Miyagi's fighting skill. Sensei James first wouldn't say Mr. Miyagi's karate is great, great. Daniel versus Chosen. Sensei James, the karate is pretty good in this scene, there's a good mix of movement and flips, and it's more realistic than the end of the first movie. I think the guy who plays Chosen is really trained in karate, so he's probably helping Daniel along the way. I can't really tell if Daniel is any better in this movie, but it looks better because of Chosen. The Karate Kid Part 3, 1989. In the third film, many of the elements of the previous two movies are rehashed. This go around, a new Cobra Kai villain enters the picture, as does a new rival for Daniel in the character Mike Barnes, known as Parade's bad boy in the film. While the movie itself is fairly forgettable, Sensei James feels that they got more of the technical skills in karate correct, which he really appreciates. Kata. Sensei James, this is when they begin to implement a little bit of what we call kata, which means they're going into more detail, technically speaking, into karate. I know a lot about kata because I represented Australia and got top 8 in the world on 2 occasions specifically for kata. Simply put, it's a discipline of movements that contain power, speed and strength, mixed with slow and swift movements that were combined from karate masters from hundreds of years ago to help us develop our technique. Rather than do single moves over and over again, they develop these moves that come together, and millions of people train these katas. There are 2 sides of karate, there's the fighting, or kumite, and then there's the kata, or the basic application of karate, and they both work together. Kata helps to develop your technique in karate and an awareness of your body and your movements. It builds a discipline within yourself. As for the kata in the Karate Kid 3 in the final fight, that kata is not quite like how Daniel is doing it. His is very slow because he's only been practicing it for 4 minutes, so practitioners might look at this and say, it's not perfect, but the fact that they're doing it is impressive to me. The next Karate Kid, 1994. In the largely forgotten 1994 follow-up to the original trilogy, Mr. Miyagi has a new student in Hilary Swank's Julie. The film hardly warrants an in-depth analysis, but I wanted to ask Sensei James one pointed question: who's better at karate, Daniel or Julie? Daniel versus Julie. Sensei James, at first thought anything with the next Karate Kid was going to be very bad, but when I looked at the fighting of Julie, I was impressed. She can kick really high. Julie is very flexible, and one thing about karate is that if you have fantastic flexibility, things become a lot easier. As for Daniel versus Julie, well, I don't think Daniel is great. Ralph Macchio is a good actor, so I think he learned enough to get him through. Still, I don't know if I can say who would win, only because it's Hollywood, and if the two of them fought in a movie, Daniel is still the star of the films, so he'd probably win. Julie's kicks were definitely better than Daniel's kicks though. The Karate Kid 2010. Despite the title, the 2010 reboot of The Karate Kid with Jackie Chan and Jaden Smith doesn't use karate at all. In it, Chan plays a kung fu master passing on the art of kung fu, a point that upset many fans of the original. For this one, rather than comment on a fighting style he's not as well versed in, Sensei James wanted to explain a little about what makes those styles different. Karate versus Kung Fu and Taekwondo. Sensei James, first, don't know a whole lot about Kung Fu, but from what I can tell, it's more of a flowing movement, whereas karate is more of a rigid movement. Aside from that, it's a bit hard to explain. Kung Fu is Chinese, whereas karate is Japanese. Jackie Chan is from China, which is maybe why they made the change for the remake. When it comes to fight scenes, it's hard to tell what fighting style someone is using because there are similarities between many of these styles. Taekwondo, for instance, which is Korean, does a lot of the same things as karate, but it's much more kicking. In a fight though, it's hard to tell what the style is, so it really comes down to the training. That's when you can really tell the difference. That's why, when it comes to the classic films and Cobra Kai, I say that what everyone is doing is karate. It's not always very good, but it is karate that they're doing. Cobra Kai 2018 to present. When it comes to the new revival series, Sensei James has been a fan of the show, so he was happy to offer his take on some of the biggest showdowns of the series thus far. The messaging. Sensei James, while I'm a fan, first feel that the messaging in Cobra Kai is quite different than the Karate Kid. I love that it's based on karate and I love that it's inspiring kids and I encourage my kids to watch it, but the messaging in Cobra Kai is the worst messaging ever. Without Mr. Miyagi, it's just a very different thing. Cobra Kai is fun, but I wouldn't encourage my students to watch it for the messages as it's taken the aggression to a whole new level. I would say to watch it to have a bit of fun, but that's it. The fights. Sensei James, the other half of Cobra Kai is the fighting, and I will say that the fighting in Cobra Kai is better than the Karate Kid. But there is a huge difference in how things are edited today. When I grew up, I loved martial arts films and there were good martial artists that were actors, like Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan, but then there was a certain point where the Bourne Supremacy came in and movie production had worked it out where anyone could look like a ridiculous fighter. So, all of a sudden, there was no longer a need for guys like Jackie Chan. For Cobra Kai, I'm sure people have put the work in, but thanks to the editing we have today, the fights just look a lot better. For example, the fight in the bushes with that kid Hawk. The karate in that scene looked really good. Hawk seemed really skilled at what he was doing. The cap, and I loved one because I thought it looked good, but I also wasn't being the aggressor. The mall was another big fight and I thought that one looked really good as well. This is actually my favorite from the series. There are great elbow techniques that we teach in there, as well as other stuff. It was also full of defense mechanisms too, which I really liked. I especially liked that it cut in between them doing the kata by the water. I like that scene because it shows you the point of the kata, in that, if you train these elements enough, you'll be ready to use them if the time comes. There's a muscle memory component to karate, and I feel like that came off well in that scene. I might even say that this is the best karate in the entire franchise. It's really excellent. The fight scene I probably have the biggest problem with is from the end of season 2. I mean, I know there was this big school brawl to set up stuff for season 3, but I just couldn't understand the point of the scene. I know people love it and it looks really great and the karate itself does look good, but the Karate Kid had a reason for all of its fights. With this fight, it seems like they just wanted to do the biggest fight scene in the show, so let's just have everyone knock the shit out of each other for no reason. It didn't teach any lessons and it was just about setting up season 3. I also have enjoyed Johnny's fights in the show, like Johnny in the car park, where he kicks those guys with a jumping spin kick that looks quite good. He also hurt himself a little because he's not so flexible anymore, but it's still a good kick. Johnny's karate is quite good, especially if you go back and compare that to Daniel in The Karate Kid. Brian Van Hooker. Brian Van Hooker is a writer at Mel. He is the co-creator of the John O'Hurley pilot The Tramp and co-created.
Okay, so I've heard that Billy Zapp, he already had a wrestling background before he ever did Karate Kid. And for those of you guys who don't know who Billy Zabka is, he's the guy who plays Johnny Lawrence, the blonde guy. Anyway, he already had probably like a wrestling background before he even did Karate Kid, and then when he got the role of Karate Kid, he said he took a lot more serious interest in learning to actually learning the karate that the style of karate that he was going to be using with his character. He hasn't been practicing it a lot, but he did get more heavily in back then. He's apparently doing the techniques as well as this guy says he did. Another way he could put that, because usually I can watch jiu-jitsu guys, and usually I can tell about what belt level they probably are based on how they perform certain techniques or certain things, how they perform in actual matches. It has to do with how good they are at certain techniques. So a lot of the fundamental stuff like shoulder rolls, how good they are at maintaining a position, maintaining a superior position, or protecting, keeping from getting in a worse position, whatever. How good they are at applying certain techniques. They say like a rear naked choke. I can tell a white belt level rear naked choke from a black belt level rear naked choke. I mean, not just the setup, but how it's actually applied as well. There's certain little things there that someone like me who's trained in that art would notice that an average person would not. Just under 40 miles, 40 out. A little bit less actually from here to Highway 99. I only plan to be on Highway 99, maybe one exit, and then I'll be getting off the freeway and making my way over to Stockdale Highway, and I'll work my way across from there to I-5 over in the Button Willow area. watching like real world jiu-jitsu get used in like say a street fight or some kind of self-defense or maybe a criminal takedown kind of stuff, whatever. A lot of times I can tell, I can see what a person's technique and say, yeah, that guy's like probably a blue belt, or that guy's probably a brown or black belt, or this guy looks like he's doing some white belt level technique or something. And not to mention types of techniques are more common to see at certain belt levels too, like one that we call an Americana or a key lock. It's a very common one to see at white belt level, but don't see so much at higher belt levels because most of the time people at that level know how to get out of that kind of move or how to prevent from getting into it in the first place. So it's harder to get a person into that into that kind of a hold. Americana is basically a shoulder and elbow lock. Yeah, against a white belt level fighter who's not so good at avoiding submissions. They'll make a little mistakes with when they're down on their back. That anybody with even like higher level white belt or blue belt experience will notice and exploit. But you get someone more like at my level, because I ended up I moved out of the area and I had to stop training. It's not quite the purple belt. I was getting closer to purple. I had one more stripe to go on my blue, and then I would have been promoted to purple. It's about the halfway point between the white and black. And they say even a blue belt in jiu-jitsu is usually going to have an easy time or have their way with virtually any untrained fighter out there. But not always the case, but I don't want to make it sound like elitist, because there are styles make matchups, and someone who has maybe a judo background. Let's say you get a jiu-jitsu guy up against a judo guy. You're not going to have such an easy time. Or say a Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy versus a Japanese jiu-jitsu guy. The Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy will have better ground fighting skills, but they're more likely at the same belt level. But the problem is you'd have more difficulty getting the Japanese jiu-jitsu guy down on the ground in the first place, because they have more all-around training than they don't focus as heavily on the ground fighting stuff. They do a combination of ground striking and takedown defense. Against the average, let's just say street fighter, the guy with a jiu-jitsu background is going to have a blue belt or higher level jiu-jitsu background is going to probably have a very easy time against most of them. Other times where, let's say, somebody with a lot of karate experience gets their butt kicked by a street fighter. skill set is, it's not going to be such an advantage for you. Now, whereas if your strength is in one area and the person you're dealing with is weak in defense against that same area or whatever, or that's a cool spot to check out. It's not a place you can really check out in a truck, but come through here in a car, it's something that rail fans are all like to, all enjoy checking out. It's a spot here they go through this loop. But I think there's a cross is it a cross or a flag? Right up on top of the loop, of the hill that's surrounded by the loop. The train render itself whichever direction it's going. I'm trying to get up and down the pass here. I know it sees the Keene exit, and I want to say that's the next one. I think between Broome and Keene. It being dark, I can't really tell what I'm looking at. I think it was right there after the Broome exit, though. A little bit further down here, whatever. Bakersfield was that before I finished playing the articles that I have up. Right over in this area. Right there in front of me. Rarely ever open though. got the turn over here on the right side, Caliente. And a little bit further up is this is the turn right here to Caliente. And a little bit further, or is this the same? This is 223 here, I think. No, 223 is coming up. That's it.
206 of 211. FMCSA denies CVSA's personal conveyance petition, landline. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration has denied a petition regarding personal conveyance from the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, saying the proposal didn't provide a sufficient safety basis to initiate a rulemaking. After FMCSA announced its hours of service changes in May, CVSA petitioned the agency to update the personal conveyance mileage limits would be arbitrary. CVSA's petition called into question FMCSA's regulatory guidance concerning drivers' use of a commercial motor vehicle for personal conveyance, saying it does not provide sufficient precision for enforcement officials for motor carriers. In addition, CVSA said a driver could drive hundreds of miles over the course of several hours, all designated as personal conveyance. While we acknowledge the CVSA's concerns, we do not believe there are which drivers may be circumventing the hours of service requirements by claiming personal conveyance status, or to the extent to which drivers' violations result in safety-critical events. FMCSA said it believes its 2018 regulatory guidance is appropriate considering the available data. A rulemaking would propose certain limits on the status without any evidence of safety-critical events to be avoided. Irrespective of the limits to be considered, FMCSA would have no basis for estimating how many drivers per year would be affected by the changes or for developing a quantitative estimate of improvements in motor carrier safety. HOS petitions for reconsideration. In late August, FMCSA also denied petitions for reconsideration from CVSA, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, and several safety groups that asked the agency to not move forward with its hours of service changes. The changes went into effect on Sept. 29. The Teamsters, Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, Citizens for Reliable and Safe Highways, and Parents Against Tired Truckers filed a petition for review of FMCSA's final rule on Wednesday, Sept. 16 in the Court of Appeal, the District of Columbia Circuit. According to court documents, the petitioners have until October 23 to submit a docketing statement and to file any motions in the case. LL. Article 207 of 211. Back to the Future.
Alright, so it sounds like CVSA, basically DOT, wants to have more enforcement power on use of personal conveyance. But the problem is they're running right into the wall that FMCSA intentionally put in place to allow drivers and carriers to dictate on their own what was considered reasonable use of personal conveyance. They intentionally made it vague so that carriers and drivers could make their own mind decision on what they considered, going to a safe haven if you're out of time. What's considered the nearest safe and reasonable place to park. It's not necessarily, it's not the literal nearest place available. Not necessarily. If it is the nearest place available if the driver and the carrier both deem that it is safe, legal, and reasonable. Well, I'd say, like in my situation, a situation I had, I don't know, about a year or so ago. I was on my way from Olathe, Kansas down to Emporia, Kansas to pick up a load. Ran out of clock. And I had the option to stop there at the 7-Eleven right there in Olathe, and under normal circumstance that would be perfectly fine by me. I would have been okay with it, but hey, I wanted a shower. I needed a shower, and that's part of my hygiene habit I need. So if the 7-Eleven there doesn't have showers, but I go 20, 30 miles down the road, and the Love's does. Yeah, the Love's in Ottawa. does have showers, and guess where I'm going to consider the nearest safe and reasonable place to park. Also, I don't consider going backtracking to Kansas City, an area I don't want to park in no matter what, even if I do have clock to work with to stop there. I'm not going to park my truck in Kansas City if I don't need to. Or at least not I want to go 30 miles out of my way to go backtrack and then come back 30 miles where I was on my own dime on top of that, because the HOS rules or the PC rules say that I have to I can't go to the nearest place that's along my route. Sorry, I'm going to advance my load. I'm not going to go 30 miles down the backtrack in the opposite direction because just because I'm away with the load toward a receiver or a shipper. I got about 8 miles to go now to Highway 99. Yeah, that article, it makes it sound like CVSA wanted to have more power to enforce PC violations, personal conveyance violations, by trying to get FMCSA to make the language regarding personal conveyance more specific. It's just ironic that FMCSA in interviews even said out of their own the chair people of the FMCSA, they intentionally made it vague like it was to allow carriers and drivers to have their own interpretive power about what was considered safe, legal, and reasonable. Highway 184 coming up. Maybe get one more article in before we get to the 99.
Back to the Future, why the DeLorean had to go 88 mph to time travel. Doc Brown's souped-up DeLorean from Back to the Future must reach exactly 88 to travel through time. The significance of this number. Some simple carrying no math whatsoever for how the producers of Back to the Future arrived at this number. Back to the Future helped popularize the concept of time travel back in 1985 by using a formula that encapsulates the head-scratching physics theory into a digestible, wildly entertaining movie that still has fans talking nearly 40 years later. The sci-fi classic centers on a teenager, Marty McFly, who inadvertently travels back to 1955 and must enlist the help of eccentric scientist Dr. Emmett Doc Brown in order to travel back to the future. To accomplish this, Doc Brown invents the flux capacitor and attaches it to a DeLorean, along with a plethora of other bells and whistles, thus creating a practical yet effective time machine. Continue scrolling to keep reading. Click the button below to start this article in quick view. Start now. Advertising. Related, Back to the Future, all 8 timelines in the movies explained. Although traveling forward in time is an accepted scientific possibility, traveling backwards in time is far more theoretical, but the DeLorean may be able to achieve such a feat thanks to the flux capacitor. A common theory of backwards time travel involves sending an object, like a DeLorean, through a traversable wormhole. Doc Brown's flux capacitor, which he describes as making time travel possible, may open such a wormhole for a limited amount of time when the car reaches a certain speed. Therefore, Doc Brown could have mathematically arrived at the 88 mph speed by calculating how fast the DeLorean needs to travel in relation to how long the wormhole stays open. Advertising. A calculation of the DeLorean's speed relative to the wormhole's stability, or time it remains open, needs to also account for the length of the DeLorean, which is 4.216 meters. Doc needs to know how long it would take the DeLorean to travel its own length. Assuming the wormhole remains open for 0.1072 seconds, the Doc knew this fact, he could divide the length of the car by 107.2, arriving at 39.33 meters per 8 mph. Setting the flux capacitor to open the wormhole at a slower or faster speed could result in the wormhole collapsing on the car and effectively cutting it in half or missing the wormhole altogether. Advertising. One theory suggests that the 0.1072 second interval was chosen by Doc so that after the DeLorean travels through time it arrives at its destination at the same physical space from which it departed. This requires math best left to a physicist, along with a few leaps of faith, which is why it's more plausible to assume that the interval was a technological limitation of the flux capacitor. Another, less scientific, explanation is that Doc chose the double eights because the machine really matters because Back to the Future is so entertaining. A lesser movie that tackles such a complex subject may leave fans scratching their heads as to how the science works, but Back to the Future is packed with so many memorable characters and moments that the science behind it all quickly fades away. At the end of day, in-universe explanations for the 88 mph number are fun to dissect, but there's another more practical reason why the number was chosen. In an interview with comic book Back to the Future producer and co-writer Bob Gale reveals, first of all we wanted it to be a speed that somebody wouldn't accidentally drive at. The other thing is, it's easy to remember. It would be hard to accidentally reach speeds over 80 mph, so that makes sense. As for the second reason, well, fans are still talking about it. Advertising. More, Back to the Future, all three movies, ranked worst to best. Share tweet email. 0. Comment. Other Spider-Man movie characters who should join the MCU. 2 articles published. Nathan Miranda is a writer and artist with a BA degree in Media Arts and Culture from Occidental College in Los Angeles, CA. Prior to writing for Screen Rant, Nathan worked for Regal Cinemas where he helped build and manage their blog, Regal Reel, to which he also regularly contributed. Nathan teamed with his brother Joseph to publish 2 children's books, Their World Adventures. His artwork focuses primarily on film and sports. You can view his portfolio on bonusroomart.com. Follow Nathan on Instagram at bonusroomart or on Twitter at nathanmiranda52. More from Nathan Miranda. Advertising. Article 208 of 211. Dodgers, ESPN broadcast comes dangerously close to accusing Walker Buehler of cheating, Dodgers Nation. The Dodgers' Walker Buehler has been dealing with a blister issue that limited him to just 3 starts in September. The team has done everything that they can to keep it under control, making it possible to make his wild card start on Wednesday. His blister was the story of the night for the ESPN broadcast. On several different occasions, the crew zoomed in on the unsightly blister for a very disturbing closer look. Buehler's blister seems much worse than anyone could have imagined, though the Dodgers don't sound too concerned. It's not nothing. pic.twitter.com/r4zzrb9fh. Megan Yelly MVP Brown, at Thackerlondek, October 1, 2020. But in the middle of the ESPN broadcast, the crew also said something that didn't sit right with Dodgers fans. Eduardo Perez went to the rulebook to essentially accuse Walker Buehler of using an illegal substance on his blister to keep it closed. Listen in as he pulls the exact rule during the live broadcast. Eduardo Perez just went full, get off my lawn, with the exact rule because Buehler has something for his blister. pic.twitter.com/OFXEFX5FC. Blake Harris, at Blake Harris, October 1, 2020. That sounds dangerously close to accusing Buehler and the Dodgers of cheating. Perez referenced a rule that limits pitchers from having any sort of grip enhancement or attachment on their hand. Here is the rule that he is referencing, courtesy of the MLB rulebook. The pitcher may not attach anything to either hand, any finger or either wrist, e.g., band-aid, tape, superglue, bracelet, etc. The umpire shall determine if such attachment is indeed a foreign substance for the purpose of Rule 6.02(c)(7), but in no case may the pitcher be allowed to pitch with such attachment to his hand, finger or wrist. The rule requires that an umpire determine whether or not a substance is allowed on a finger. The Dodgers have been known to use products such as New Skin that acts as a liquid bandage over the cracking blister. If it were illegal, I am sure that the Brewers would have pointed it out. That leads me to believe that it was discussed beforehand with the umpiring crew. More to come on this as both teams address it over the next few days. Dodgers postseason, playoff season. Matt Beattie happy to join wildcard roster. Article 209 of 211. A woman who stole goods for 19 years and sold them on eBay has been sentenced to prison and ordered to pay $3.8 million. CNN. CNN, a Texas. Kim Richardson, 6.
We'll get it out in a minute. Safety reasons, I have it off so I can focus on transitioning here onto 99. And I'm going to be getting off the freeway very quickly here. We're taking a California exit here. Cross over the railroad tracks and then make another left, cross back over to the other side of 99. That'll get me over to Stockdale Highway. Truxton Avenue. Kind of hoping the light would change in my favor. Traffic going this way. I think most of the trucks that are trying to cross over from here to I-5 tend to take Highway 46, which, yeah, I've done a lot myself week. I had to make some deliveries over here on the west side to Walmart neighborhood markets over here on this side of town. And like, man, we got some pretty nice high-end houses over here. Not clustered either. It's like more like individually built kind of stuff, and just nice. Drive from here to the north on it. There's Walmart, what is it? I think Walmart neighborhood market. That's up that way. I only did that store once. That's usually a day cab route. That's why, because usually I only did ever did day cab routes if they needed if they didn't have the day cab route.
Richardson, 63, agreed to pay $3.8 million in restitution following an investigation by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and Secret Service, U.S. Attorney Ryan K. Patrick announced in a news release on Thursday. The Dallas resident shoplifted during her travels across the U.S. and then sold the merchandise on eBay and via direct internet sales before mailing the items by U.S. Mail, Federal Express and United Parcel Service. Richardson stole items from numerous retail stores. She used shoplifting tools to disable security devices and would exit the store by placing the stolen merchandise in a large black bag she carried, the news release said. Richardson assisted in the sale of the items on the internet as well as packaging and mailing the stolen items. Read more. CNN could not determine if Richardson had a lawyer. She has been ordered to serve her sentence followed by 3 years of supervised release. Buyers who purchased the stolen goods sent about $3.8 million into 4 PayPal accounts linked to Richardson. During her sentencing, the court said it would be virtually impossible to identify everyone who was a victim of Richardson's scheme, according to the release. Richardson pleaded guilty in December 2019. She was allowed to remain on bond, the release said, and voluntarily surrendered to a U.S. Bureau of Prisons facility which will be determined in the near future. Article 210 of 211. Is being a lease purchase trucking company worth it? Drive my way. Recruiters work hard to find the best candidates for their open jobs. Using all available resources, recruiters need to differentiate their job postings from others that might be very similar. So it's important to find out what your potential drivers are looking for in a new job. Adding a new lane to your business strategy. Perhaps becoming a lease purchase company is something worthwhile to attract new drivers. The basics. Many CDL drivers are looking to advance their careers by owning their own trucks. Often, these drivers need some support with buying the truck in the first place. However, this is a big step for a driver and requires a significant financial investment up front. Lease purchase agreements can be a great solution. If your company owns a number of trucks and is willing to get into the business of selling them through lease payments to drivers, this model might work for you. And if so, this is where you start setting up your strategy to enter this new aspect of your business. This type of arrangement can bring in new leads for your recruiting efforts, as many drivers are interested in becoming an owner-operator someday. But it also adds a level of complexity to your business. It's essentially having a small business within a business, as the drivers are seeking to become their own company with its own vehicle. Rules and regulations. Becoming a lease purchase company requires a carrier to follow a set of federal guidelines that spell out all of the considerations of leasing. These rules inform all aspects of the leasing agreements. When drawing up all the various policies, paperwork, and contracts needed to lease trucks to your drivers, it's important to understand the regulations that come with these transactions. Transparency. There are plenty of opportunities to market that your company is a lease purchase trucking company. As mentioned earlier, it's a great way to differentiate yourself from the competition. And unfortunately, it is also potentially an opportunity for carriers to put out deceptive marketing messages, ones that might make it seem that it's an easy way for a driver to become an owner. The federal truth in leasing laws have been put in place to protect drivers and carriers entering into a lease agreement. These laws ensure transparency on all aspects of the lease. These regulations ensure that nobody is less than transparent when it comes to these types of purchase agreements. So be sure to be clear and forthcoming on every aspect of the deal. That includes the terms, the payment schedules, and all of the specific details of the lease. It will help you avoid any worse lawsuits. Risk. There is a level of risk associated with becoming a lease purchase trucking company. There's always a hope that everything goes right, but sometimes things do go wrong. All of the deal points of the lease agreement can be as specific as possible, and everyone can enter into the agreement hoping things run smoothly. But that's unfortunately not always the case. The driver might not be able to keep up with the payments, and then they're put in a position of needing to reclaim the truck. Additionally, the driver might unfortunately have an accident with the truck while it's still under lease and not fully owned. This has implications on the lease company as well, if the driver can't cover the costs to repair. Throughout the lease period, the carrier has an interest that the proper insurance and maintenance is being done on the leased vehicle. Do your homework. Knowing what your potential drivers are looking for helps you develop the best set of tools to recruit the best candidates. As your company grows and expands your recruitment efforts, consider looking into becoming a lease purchase trucking company. This can bring in new leads to your hiring office, and new revenue streams to benefit your bottom line. But it is also a complex business with a decent amount of risk involved. As with most things, it's good to do your homework to make sure you make the right decision. Ultimate Guide to Truck Driver Recruiting. Current ways of recruiting truck drivers just don't work anymore. That's because recruiting isn't a transaction. This ultimate guide helps carriers recruit for retention. Article 211 of 211. Dak Prescott becomes third QB in NFL history to reach an unfortunate statistical mark. MSN.com 5 hours ago. How bad is the Cowboys' defense right now? Well, pretty bad. Dallas allowed 33 first downs, 508 total yards, and 307 rushing yards on Sunday in a 49-38 loss to the Browns. Coming into Sunday's game, they were tied with the Falcons in allowing a league-worst 9 touchdown passes, and they allowed 3 of those on Sunday, 2 from Baker Mayfield, and 1 from Not only has the defense been the primary issue in the team's 1-3 record, the defense is also wasting a ridiculous hot streak. Prescott has thrown 450 yards in each of his last 3 games, 450 against the Falcons in a 40-39 win that took everything Dallas had and everything Atlanta didn't to pull off a remarkable comeback, 472 yards last Sunday in a 38-31 loss to Seattle in which Prescott threw 2 picks and was outdueled by Russell Wilson, and Sunday's loss to the Browns. In that game, Prescott completed 41 of 58 passes for 502 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 interception. And with that, he became the 3rd quarterback in NFL history to throw for at least 500 yards and 4 touchdowns in a game and watch his team lose. The other 2 quarterbacks to do it. Detroit's Matthew Stafford on January 1, 2012 against the Packers in a 45-41 loss. Stafford completed 36 of 59 passes for 520 yards, 5 touchdown passes, and 2 interceptions. Problem was, Stafford was outdone by Packers backup quarterback Matt Flynn, who threw 6 touchdown passes against Detroit's wafer-thin defense. Flynn parlayed that performance into a large free agent contract with the Seahawks in the subsequent offseason, which became redundant when he was beaten out in the preseason by a third-round rookie named Russell Wilson. The only other quarterback to throw for at least 500 yards and 4 touchdowns in a game and have his team lose. Avert your eyes, Cowboys fans, because you probably already know the answer. It was Tony Romo on October 6, 2013, just 2 days away from an eerie anniversary, when Dallas lost 51-48 on a last-second field goal from Denver kicker Matt Prater. Romo completed 25 of 36 passes for 506 yards, 5 touchdowns, and 1 interception. Romo's issue is that he was going up against Peyton Manning in the season the Broncos could not be stopped on offense, and this game played to type. Manning completed 33 of 42 passes for 414 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 interception, and a rushing touchdown as well. Dak Prescott can hold his head high. It's not his fault that his team lost. It's not his fault that he just became the first quarterback in NFL history to throw for more than 450 yards in back-to-back games that turned out to be losses. The goat horns must be placed on defensive coordinator Mike Nolan, and if Nolan doesn't figure things out with a quickness, the Cowboys season is going to go right down the drain. At the same time, Prescott is going to set all kinds of ridiculous single-season passing records.
Continue on Stockdale Highway toward I-5.
There are no more articles to read.
Actually, I don't think they're shining as brightly as they normally do. the bumps that I hit might be causing my headlights to point further down the road, which might be giving the illusion that I'm putting my head on. Right up ahead, and I want to say that this place right up here on the left is a truck stop. I can get fuel at for a decent price. By decent, I mean California decent. I know I can turn on right over here. Alright, I see the corner now. Right where this truck is parked. So $2.55 a gallon here. It's still above the national average, but for California, it's really good. Rather get my fuel here than have to buy more than $3 per gallon fuel elsewhere. Just shy of 130 miles. I want to make sure I do at least half the miles, half of the 420 before I stop for a nap. Even better if I can get all the way up to like Oakland, but I don't think I can reach Oakland without a break. up on 1 a.m. here. And I got 410, was it 410, 420, something like that. That's how many miles total I got to do from Victorville to Richmond. I'd like to be able to get at least half of that before I stop for a break. Be about 80 more miles, but yeah, I'm hoping I can get further than that. More the merrier. If I can get up to like the Patterson area, even better. That's the CHP coming at me right there. Of course, I got their substation right there I just passed. Taking 58 across, but going through that as soon as you get west of Highway 99, it's a pain in the ass. Traffic lights galore, no speed limit. I really hate going that way. Yeah, typically I would take Highway 46 across. slightly pulling away from me. So no need for me to try to pass him. So about 2 away. Over by Tracy. Carl. Charles, I'm going to be in Richmond at 9 a.m. Miles to go, 260 or 270, something like that. So it's at 250 would be right at 5 hours, or what I plan on. It'd be a little bit more. So let me double check that distance. So. Taking about 5 hours. So yeah, still looking like about a 6 a.m. ETA. Problem is, I only have 4:46 on my clock before I have to stop. If I can do close to 60 the entire way, that's 240. That'd be about 420, 430. So yeah, if I keep my speed going on the entire way there, then I can actually get there before my clock expires. then take a break, take a nap there in Oakland, somewhere there along Marina Drive, and then run it from there to the customer after getting a nap in. But I wouldn't be surprised if I end up wanting to stop for a nap before I get to that point. Sounds good. Carl, if you see me offline, it'll mean that I stopped for a nap, and then I should be back awake, back up and streaming again by the time I get over there. Before I get over there, whatever. Like after I take a nap or something, because I left at a time that would allow me to stop for maybe a couple hours to get some rest along the way. Charles used to be a local driver out of the yard. Okay. I think a couple of times before I left the OTR side there. Decided to speed up a little bit. Alright, Highway 14, Lost Hill, 46 I mean. Lost Hill is 14 miles away. Motherfucking mutt. Damn right. Stupid dog. Oh, yeah. He pissed all over the building. He's so predictable. I'm driving toward Richmond. Yeah. Rich what? No, California. They got two drops. They got Richmond tomorrow. Well, I guess this morning at 9, and then tomorrow afternoon in San Bernardino. Where are you going now? 100 area. Ah, going home, huh? Well, wait. Today's your mom's birthday? My mom's was yesterday. We just had some, had a little get together with my parents when I was home. I don't do that. That's almost 250 miles or so. Hills exit right now on I-5. Pottsville on Rogers, north of Oakland. It's only 70 miles away. Like you would think that. Exactly. I don't know what the logic is with that one, but okay. It's all right. Is that extra miles paying my way, and it turns into a home time load for me. Holly. She's a blonde woman, looks like a redneck kind of girl, whatever, hick, whatever. Yeah, she's fairly new. Oh, she's great. I Yeah, not too much interaction, but um, I get pre-plans before every single before I'm empty every single time, even in California, which I usually don't. Oh, I don't have 3 years in yet. No, March will be my 3 year. Uh, yeah, I'm not sure if I'd want to do Diamond Select anyway, because I like the variety. I'm not sure I really necessarily want to run a set freight lane all the time. Yeah, I mean, I like running it regularly, but I like occasionally having some other random place to go to at times. Kind of like I like it surprised me. Just Someplace maybe there's someplace new I might go to after a load or something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I like. Is I mean, places that I'm familiar with and have been to before are great. I mean, especially if it's one I've been to a place before, but just haven't been to in a while. You know, I guess a little good refresher at times, but yeah, I like the randomness of OTR. Just see interesting, yeah, different and interesting places along the way. Over in Boonville, that's good. Yeah, I left at a time that should hopefully give me a chance to sleep for about a couple hours as well before I get to the receiver. Like the Eagles game and against the 49ers. Oh, that looked like a pretty interesting game, although, yeah, it looked like turnovers killed the Raiders, it looked like. So I watched the highlights of that one after I got through watching the Eagles game. Uh, yeah, no, just to the eighth. When I get done with my dental appointment, I'll probably be ready. I keep getting the miles and just don't want anything to do with that driver of the month crap. I'm not into that shit. I'm just not into that kind of stuff. Yeah, they started doing a driver of the month award now, and I think it's based on metrics like how many miles drivers drive or how many swaps they accept or whatever other bullshit. I don't know. I don't know. They haven't yet. I don't want them to. This is only the second month they've done it, but I know for sure I'm not getting it this month because I already saw one or two other people talking about how they got driver of the month for their for their fleet. It's basically every DM, yeah, picks a certain driver every month. Man, I need to tell Holly don't pick my name. Alpha. Yeah, I don't know. I'd seen that one. Break time. Break time truck stop. Which one is that one? Oh, that's like the next exit down or on the other side of Highway 63 from DC or something like that. Yeah, it's like the next. It's like one or two exits south of the where the DC's at. Yeah, that's what I thought. Huh. I have to keep that in mind. Now, a lot of times I stop at that place across the street from where the DC's at. That small truck stop there. Yeah, that's what I saw people mentioning in the JCT group. Yeah, that's bullshit. Um, well, let's see. I know Jesse and Diane are in a brand new truck, but then they had to put it in the shop twice in a row because some wire harness, I guess, took a shit and caused the truck to not run. Oh, well, get this. The truck they were in before, 'cause I don't know if you knew about it. They're no longer in 3952 because it was declared a lemon because they kept having constant problems with the AC system, developing leaks and pissing out all their freon. Yeah, so I guess what Shannon and all them ended up doing, they basically made kind of a handshake deal with them, saying, we'll get you guys in a brand new truck when the new trucks show up, and all the money you guys paid toward 3952 we'll transfer it to the new truck. Yeah, they were worried about that at first, but guess what? They held true to their promise. Yeah, yeah. They said even though it was handshake, whatever, when I first got the truck, yep, that was no bullshit. They actually did get what they had paid into the other truck out worth, I guess, out of the initial cost of the truck they're in now. Yeah, 20 or 21 Freightliner. It's a piece of shit. It has that wiring harness problem, and then it has adaptive cruise and collision avoidance on it, which are two features, or particularly the collision avoidance crap, is why I left Sierra England. Don't want anything to do with that stupid piece of shit automated crap. Bendix or whatever it is. Yeah. Yeah, where the truck can automatically slam down the brakes because it thinks that you're going to collide with something. Exactly. That's what it would do to me a lot. You'd have your foot off the gas pedal, whatever. Like right now, my foot's not on the pedal. But with that stupid system, you would just see there would be nobody at all in front of me. It would just see a shadow coming from the bridge or something, and all this. Uh, no, I've been known to do that too. And and yeah, a lot of people think that oh, it only does that when you have the cruise control engaged, but no, I had it happen to me once, even without cruise. I remember specifically going into Dallas. I think it was on I-30, getting on the 820 northbound. It was either 30 from 30 or 20 going westbound to northbound 820. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I'm going down the transition road. I already had my cruise control disengaged and was kind of already in the process of slowing down for the curve. And all of a sudden, this stupid thing triggers again, just starts hitting the brakes on me. I'm like, what? These freaking overpasses are like 30 feet tall. Are you freaking serious? And there's nobody around either. Not a damn car in sight. Right? It's just, no, that shit has no business on any vehicle. Yeah, well, yeah, okay. Well, now Jesse says that you can override with the pedal, but it'll only go to what the pedal speed is and not the cruise speed. So it'll only do 68. So if you get someone doing just right around 68, and then he says every time he starts driving, he has to go into the instrument panel and change the following distance setting from like 3.6 or whatever it is to 2.4 or whatever it is seconds, the lowest that it can do. No. I think I might have heard something about that. No, the trucks all come standard with that now. Yeah, Freightliners. Yeah, and I remember I had that system on the trucks that I drove at England too, and I hated it. That was ultimately why I left because stupid thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like Freightliners in general. Yeah. Yeah, and then for me, that auto collision crap and adaptive cruise. If you need automated shit like that to do your job for you, you probably shouldn't be doing the job in the first place. Yeah, I think so. Because I thought it was usually like 60 some odd dollars a week when I first started, but now it's getting up like I think it's up in the 90s or whatever it is. Yeah, but I think Jesse was saying when they dropped their truck off at the dealer or whatever, I think they talked about those systems to somebody there. There's somebody, I think they said somebody there said that all brand new Freightliners are coming with that system. Since because all the carriers that are buying the trucks want that system. Yeah, I agree. It should be if it isn't. Yeah, see, I always laugh whenever I see these. Yeah, you go on YouTube and you see these Tesla videos. People posting these dash cam videos of their Teslas using the automatic collision avoidance crap on their cars to avoid something that happened around them. And half the time, the the, the situation is like you didn't notice that happening before it ever happened. Like this one guy on it was this compilation video I watched with someone who sometimes uses my content for their compilations, and they credit me. I was watching one of their compilations today, and this guy was in a Tesla, and there was like a Jeep that was in the next lane over, decided to basically speed up and cut him off, and almost hit them, and and then the car triggered like an automatic, basically automatically adjusted by I think slowing down or trying to change lanes or whatever it was. I think it slowed down a little bit. But yeah, like you could have seen that Jeep right there in advance. I mean, I saw the Jeep before it even happened because the Tesla had already passed it and then got like halfway, like maybe I think they were probably the Jeep was still side by side with the Tesla, but far enough back where the dash cam didn't pick it up. Yeah, and then decide to speed up and then move over. Like, you know, first of all, I don't want anybody driving in the near vicinity of me because you never know when you need an escape route available. or you're just one steer tire blowout or something away from getting caught up in someone else's mess or getting someone else caught up in your mess needlessly. So I like to stay, where everybody has an outlet to change lanes or whatever else if need be. So yeah, well, these people always talk about, yeah, this car saved my ass. I was like, you know what else would save your ass is you fucking paying attention and anticipating these things and staying in a position where those things can't happen, or reacting to it before you, or reacting to it yourself before the car has to. Yep, I agree. Yeah, like have a safety observer. Not to mention when you get to the shippers and receivers, somebody's got to be able to open the trailer doors and shit like that. Yeah, right. Hmm. I don't recall. Yeah, you troublemaker. Let's see, I'm 212 miles out now. Right past the halfway point. Coming, I'm about at the Kettleman City exit, a couple miles away. I figured Kettleman would be a good halfway point. Or so, I wanted to get at least half the miles in before I stop and take a nap. So I know I'm gonna need. 'Cause I slept like shit today. Victorville? Oh, oh yeah, you're heading back to the west on 70. Oh, yeah, so you got about 20 miles to go. Yep. Uh, Down from Uber, you can also there's another street you can turn on over there to cut across to there's an exit that's a little bit further west of where 63 runs in. Yeah, forget the street. Yeah, the road kind of splits a few, I don't know, a couple miles before you get to I-70. Uh, that's kind of odd. Yeah, usually Bob Evans, but they're all on the East Coast, aren't they? Yeah. I think I see Bob Evans like in Virginia, Carolinas. Uh, might have. There's a over there in Ohio. What is it? Petro TA, something like that. I want to say. Okay, yeah, then I have because I remember eating at that Bob Evans, and I remember complaining about the shitty server I got. Uh, Linda, Mother F Truckers online. How you doing, Linda? Yeah, her name's Linda. You know, yes, she's on home time. She was actually on my stream. I don't know, a couple hours ago. Scotty drives local, well, not local, but I guess a very small regional range typically. The company's based in Stockton, and he does flatbed work now. And what he typically does is he'll go down to like Fresno, and then he'll go back up to their yard or whatever. I guess to drop load there, and then I'll take something else out, usually to somewhere out in the Reno area, like Silver Springs or whatever. From what I've seen from his live streams, a lot of the stuff he does is like new housing or even commercial construction, particularly housing though. No, usually a lot of times they'll take poles there or I don't know if maybe rebar or whatever else. Yeah, he usually drops off supplies in these tract housing areas that are under development. Yes. Yeah, I think it was. What's up? No, he said that what they told him was basically was I guess not useful to them or something, but I think if he did not get enough profits out of his truck, or I'm not right. I didn't quite understand clearly what he meant by that. Yeah, yeah. Which yeah, which is common. If you ever seen his streams, I mean, he's got good content now, and it's I don't know. I saw it as he was investing in his YouTube presence, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's what's important to him. Then I mean, if he wants to get more income out of YouTube and not so much out of or you can't really run the way he would run and make money at a company like JCT where the model or the business model is like mileage based. I think he's in a good spot where he's at right now. Yeah, because he can still run whatever pace, and he's home a lot more, and but he's in the same area a lot too, so it's not like he can do as much. He gets a lot of viewers where he can do like show and tell kind of stuff. It's yeah, and he has some interesting insights in this stuff because his previous background, like with the construction industry. So I like watching this. Some of the times when he'd stop somewhere and kind of point out certain little details that I wouldn't have even thought of. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Ah, yeah, blow out your tire while you're at it or something. Ah, they had to stop by the terminal the other day to get rid of the trailer that I had. Cause yeah, um, when I got through emptying at the Walmart in Ochalata, I noticed that the right front brake was like way out of adjustment. First, there was like a huge gap between the brake pad and the brake drum. And yeah, and with my tools, but the smallest wrench I had was still a little bit too big because it was one of those slack adjusters with the square nut thing on it. So, and I couldn't get it adjusted all the way, and not to mention it was leaking air anyway. So I was, I'm just gonna go ahead and take this back to the yard, write it up, and drop it, and get Jim or the shop to send me a different one. So yeah, yeah, sitting in there right there in the long-term line. Is that what it is? I don't know. And I also saw pictures, some pictures, whatever. Somebody, I don't remember if it was Brian or somebody else who posted of one of our trucks actually getting broken into. I guess it was in Bakersfield. Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know if it was sitting at the Flying J in Bakersfield or somewhere else, but I guess the person was on home time when it happened, and then just the door windows were shattered, or basically had a big hole in it from them throwing a rock or whatever it was through it to gain access. Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember you saying that. Rest area closed. Yeah. From London, Ontario. Ah, Sarnia. I assume this is in Canada also. Uh, yeah, I'm not. Is it at the bottom of Lake Huron? Oh, okay. Now, if I remember right, Huron is the one that's up above Lake Erie, correct? Okay. Yeah, and then as far as the Great Lakes are concerned, they got over on the southwest part is Lake Michigan, and then up above that is Lake Superior, correct? And then that's which one? Lake Superior has enough water that it could fill the entire United States and with 8 foot deep water. Damn, that's a lot. Is that like the 1,100 miles around, and then I assume that's the deepest of the Great Lakes, also. Huh. So how deep does that lake go? Interesting. That sucks. Yeah. Okay, so then where is Lake Ontario? But New York and Quebec. Okay. Is that like? Oh, okay. Uh, based on what you said, it sounds like it's in the neck of the woods at least. Ah, I'd be. I'd want to check out any, pretty much any area in Canada. I've heard Vancouver's a nice city. Mhm. Yeah. I'm debating whether to stop here at Harris Ranch for a nap. Yeah, yeah, I probably will. I'm at least more than halfway from my place to there. I want to get further down the road, but I'm feeling like I could go for one. Yeah, or yeah, there's that place across the freeway, that Shell station. 'Cause I don't think this isn't Harris Ranch. I don't think I'm at the Highway 198 exit. Uh, get out the freeway here and see what they have over here at the Shell station. Okay. All right. Bye. You guys, I'm ready to get me a little nap. Probably not the best exit to use. So if you're considering just stopping on an on ramp, but Travel Center. park next to anybody. I don't think there's enough room for me to circle around this. There are trailers right here, so. At least this Creek driver's got a reefer trailer. I had to double check where I was at in relation to that double trailer. I'm good though. The trailer's off to my right. Alright guys, I'm gonna go stop and take a nap for an hour and a half, couple hours, whatever, and then I'll run the rest of the way from here to straight to the customer from here. We got about 190 or so to go. Yeah, I think somewhere around 190 to go, so it'll be a little over a 3-hour drive. Yeah, somewhere on there. 3+ hour, 3.5 hour, maybe 4 if with traffic. 6, yeah. So it should give me enough time to take maybe an hour and a half or so nap. So just as a precaution, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and get some rest here and go offline. Maybe back online or something when I'm ready to roll again. All right. So thanks for watching.